The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion May Day, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
Well, what up, everybody? What up? Big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. What up? Let me give my shout outs before I get started. Quick here. Y'all know what time it is. It's Hot Mic Friday. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Chico Nicholas in the house. What up, fam? Bugs with the goods in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Mr. Jason Clark in the Shark Tank. What up, fam? CTK, Constant Trauma Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo! Big shout out to Oat Man. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Mr. O in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my main man, Mr. John Dembry. What up, fam? Bloodthirst #1, aka Havoc 360 in the house. What up, fam? Let's see what else I got going here. Yeah. Why ain't Ike up there? Yeah, I'm supposed to be up there. Yeah, I'm supposed to be up there. Yeah. First of all, I want to give a big shout out to all my people out there in the Shark Tank. Another big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. What up? Don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. And please, if you have not already subscribed to the channel, subscribe. Big shout out to my man, Bruce Banner in the house. What up, fam? Y'all know what I'm saying? Y'all know what I'm saying. Let's see here. We got going here. All right, fellas. Before we get started, I got to have my little 2 cents to say what I got to say before we get started here. Y'all know, again, when y'all come over here, we getting on the bus. We live by this disclaimer. But we talk about bulldogs over here, dogs of the past. I think that's important because one of the main reasons we talk about the past, because we try to make sure that, it's hard to forget about the past. And then the past basically helps you know where you're going. Y'all done heard me say that 1,000 times. I don't back down off of that. But one of the things that I see myself, what we have problems with is trying to get people to understand this is an educational entertainment podcast is strictly talks about the game American Pit Bull Terrier and all that comes with it. The dog game. Now, there's many people out here who have experienced, who have lived that life, understand the dogs, and then there are some who just don't. Thing about this is everybody has an opinion. Not everybody has a platform to get out there and speak their opinion, but we try to offer the opportunity for, to speak what's on your mind. That's why I put the link down there. Utilize the link. The link will help you get anything off your chest, and then it will keep you from your fingers getting numb, where you ain't got to do that mass typing thing, You stay up on what's going on. Doing it that way, you don't have as many problems because you can get up there and say what you got on your mind and then be able to respond based on the conversation. I don't think we utilize that enough. But again, I don't want no confusion considering we only been at this going on 3 years now. I don't think our conversation as far as what we talk about has really changed. And I know that kind of makes people nervous because you kind of wonder why we do this. Why do y'all talk about things like this? Well, there's a reason why we talk about things like this, because we can talk about things like this. I mean, sometimes I think people forget that this is a platform. It's not like we breaking no laws. It's not like I got to sit here and be worried about it. So let me give my audiences a quick insight. There's no need to worry about what I'm doing if I'm not worried. Let me repeat that. There's no need to worry about what we talk about over here if we're not worried. So I put that out there because I want people to feel free to be able to speak when we're talking about things and not have to worry about the implications of anything and everything behind it. Y'all know, outside of what the government says, YouTube has its own, rules and regulations pertaining to what goes on their platform, where, in reality, you can just basically say things that are protected by your First Amendment. YouTube has a different set of rules, and they don't have to allow you that right. If you're doing something and you say something and they don't like it, they can, give you strikes and basically kick you off. So there's no big dilemma there. It is what it is. So I want people to feel free to speak what you got on your minds, because again, it's a podcast. We talk and we educate, we entertain, for the purpose of understanding the history of the American Pit Bull Terrier. And it's hard to get out there and try to classify who's doing the listening and what you're listening to. My thing is, over here, we try to just stick to what we know, and what we do, and what we've learned, and what our way of thinking, how we can help you become a better dog, man, woman, regardless of what you're trying to do. Only you can determine what you do with your dogs. That should never be anybody's concern. That's the way I feel about that point. You should do what you want to do and how you want to do it. But just in case, if you're having problems, I say having problems, whether it be through conditioning and feeding and raising and all those other things that come along with this, feel free to ask. Feel free to participate. Now I got that out the way. Let me get my other shout outs out the way here. Big shout out to Johnny LBC 213 in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man Self-Made Kenels. What up, fam? Yo, my man Mr. Bruce Banner. I see you, fam. Big shout out to King James in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Terrence Stoney. Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. Take care of this right quick here. Y'all know where I'm coming from. Hold on. I'm trying to get this thing working. Nothing is not working. Always want to act funny right when I go to use it. Hey, tonight's conversation, you know, Mo gonna be taking control of this thing because I got things I got to go knock out right quick. But let me ask y'all something. When we deal with these American Pit Bull Terriers, man, have you noticed that when Mo be talking, he it's like he's trying to get a point across and trying to see if people really can catch on to what he actually the point he's trying to really get across. You know, and sometimes, you know, through the comments, you know, when people comment back, and then through the phone calls, which we get he gets a lot of phone calls throughout the day. People ask a lot of questions, and I'm just trying to go make this kind of real simple. If you pay attention to what people have done in the past, and I mean, you have a lot of information, a lot of research. And I know on the last show, he was talking about something that Pete Sparks had said. And for me, it follows true. With these dogs, man, you have to gather as much research and sift through that research and find out what works for you. What might work for somebody else might not work for you. Everybody should understand that. But the thing is, when you got a format, a platform of information, it's up to you, the person, to decipher what is going to work for you, regardless of what you're doing. And then look at through your research and say, okay, what do all these great dogs have in common? Because it's only certain dogs that we talk about. Everybody has their pick of what they consider a great dog is or who a great dog is. But then when you start trying to put together a plan for yourself, you want to have at least some kind of blueprint based on the criteria that fits your program. And I think that's important, because for me, I'm always thinking, what do they all have in common? What did Jordan, Jabbar, Bill Russell, Kobe, and many more greats out there, what did they all had to have something in common. If you notice, like I picked basketball because, I followed the career of LeBron from a kid up to where he's at. And I also follow Kobe. Those are two of the youngest guys outside of Kevin Garnett and a couple others that came into the league at young ages. What made them, so different? What made them phenomenal basketball players? One of the things that I noticed they had in common, they liked to work. They liked their craft, and they did everything that they could do as far as physicality to build themselves up to be able to put in the work. And then they had a great knowledge of the game. A great knowledge of the game. I mean, when you're young like that and you come in the game and you have a great knowledge of the game, that sets you apart from a lot of other players that came in the game at the same time that you did. There's certain things that you're going to have extra that when people look at you and watch how you play, as they did Kobe, as they did LeBron, as they did Kevin Garnett, and many other of the young guys that came in. They had that certain about them that separated them from other players. I look at this dog game the same way. You have to be able to take a look at what's in front of you and determine, what makes this dog, or dog man, have such consistency in their program. And when you figure those things out, because I done seen Mo show you and tell you in every kind of way, every kind of way possible. But the purpose and what he's trying to say, after a while, I see him, he's going to run out of different ways of trying to get you to understand and see the obvious. And the obvious is always going to be, they're going to all have something in common, because if they didn't, we wouldn't talk about them. And the first thing we have to understand is why we're talking about them and what makes them great, what makes them better than others, or what puts them on a higher plateau than others. And when you figure that out, not trying to say you have to get to that plateau, but I just always felt like the more education that you have, the better off you're going to be at your craft. And these dogs is one of them kind of hobbies that, the more information you have and the better off you understand it and apply it, the better off you as a dog man, and your dogs will show that experience. And and the reason I speak on that, because I had a couple people make comments about we're getting away from the educational part, like from where we started at, and like we're going to be headed off down some other type of lane, when the reality of that is, yeah, we give everybody a chance to say what they have to say. It's not, long as it has, it's educational, we try not to get too much into the beefy thing, but the educational and the understanding and the knowledge and being able to share your experience and that's important, because everybody has an opinion. And I try to leave that door open for other people to have and use this platform and express your opinion and be able and defend your opinion. I think that's important. And when you're trying to be educational in any aspect, because not everybody thinks and receives information the same. But I don't want you guys to think that we're trying to get away from the educational part of what we do as far as the history and his dissection of a pedigree and the dogs and other people's history and insight on why they were doing the things they were doing and what they were doing and why we talk about them. All those things are important when you're trying to be, a teacher, a person who's sharing their information based off their experience. We've read the Stratton books, we've read the Crenshaw books, we've read stories and Fat Bill's books, we've read the Professor, Schoolboy, aka, well, I'm gonna say AKA, because I always call him Schoolboy, but AKA Richard Garcia. I'm gonna stick with the Schoolboy term, the Professor, And then you got sport and dog journals. You had Ed Farron, and there's so many books that if you would sit down and just read some of the information, like Mo was going over the conditioning part, and I know the computer it wasn't really scrolling like he really wanted it to, so he couldn't get down to the seriousness of things. But he did get enough in there, and I was watching the chat how people were commenting, because some of the things that they were saying, you'd be like, okay, There's no way possible they could have did that. Or, I seen a lot of different people's opinion. And I even seen a couple people who agreed to that's just a keep they put out there to sell, but that's not the real keep. They got that second keep, and they hold that to themselves. Well, let me explain that part to you, because some of that is true and some of it's not. Some of that is true and some of it is just not. I don't ever remember us having to pay for a keep. When you're around as many dog men that we have been around, and being able to be close enough to learn as much as you can learn, you kind of will get an ideal of what you need to do in your conditioning program. Regardless of what you're doing with your dog, a conditioning program is always going to be important in any competitive sport. If your body ain't right and your condition is not right, there's no way you're going to be able to survive against a conditioned athlete. So the better you are with your conditioning program, I think 10 out of 10 times you're going to be better than your opponent. Take that information and you don't make it so difficult. You got to keep it simple, stupid, And I say that because that's what my father always said to me. I opened up a piece of equipment, big ass chillers, and damn thing had 1,000 wires in it. And I would have a schematic sitting right there. And the schematic wouldn't be no different than what I'm looking at with my own eyes. It's just wires and shit going everywhere. And I don't, and I got to sit down here and trace all these wires. My father was, and I used to ask him, man, come on. This is my first time looking at it. But it's because of his training and teaching me, I was never afraid to go into anything that I had never seen before. All I had to understand was, what is its purpose? Is it heating? Is it cooling? Is it washing? Is it drying? Is it a building? Is it a hospital? Is it a house? Is it an apartment? I had to get in there and understand all the little concepts of it, and I realized when he said keep it simple, stupid, regardless of what it was, it always going to have a purpose. If it's going to be a refrigeration freezer, well, a refrigeration freezer is the same refrigeration, does the same process that one is in a Walmart or any big grocery store. It's still going to have to cool the food regardless of what the process is. So what's all involved when you're dealing with cooling? Whether you got to have certain things when you're dealing with anything that's cooling, just like you got to deal with certain things when you're trying to heat something. Just because it's a dryer is no different than it was if it was a furnace or a boiler or, a hot water tank. It's heating something. Its purpose is hot water, heating up a building. I mean, they're going to have a certain purpose, but it doesn't get away from the fact that what's its purpose is to heat. There's certain elements that you got to have when it comes down to doing certain things. I'm going to be heat. I know I'm going to have these certain things. So sensors and valves and all that other shit, it didn't matter at all until I figured out where the major things at. Where's the element? Where's the power that powers the element? Where's the device that tells it when to come on? And what's the safety devices involved in case something goes wrong? Once I realized how simple it was for me to open up anything and look in it and understand the basics, the rest came with experience. Because once I walked away from it after the first time, and the second time I see it, it shouldn't be nothing new. When you've done certain things, as long as we have done certain things, that concept has never ever changed. And I say that to say this about the dogs, regardless of who came up with the keep, who wrote the keep, how they did certain things in the keep. You know, what's the purpose of the keep? Put the dog in condition. Okay, so let's get back to the basics. What's the purpose of the keep? To put your dog in top peak performance conditioning to be able to be competitive. How you get there is determined based on how much you know. It's like opening up the box with 1,000 wires. Try to make it simple. First thing you got to have is, first of all, is the perfect, a healthy athlete, a healthy dog. I mean, start there. It's hard to get peak performance out of a sick dog. A dog with worms, blood count ain't right. I mean, there's so many things can go wrong before you even get started. But if you jump right in there and forget the first important thing, which is the dog. Is the dog in the kind of healthy condition to take on what you're trying to do? That's the first part. You can't bypass certain steps. When I say bypass certain steps, remember I used to tell you, my dad used to tell me to make sure the power's off before I go messing around inside something, trying to check something. When I first started, I used to be so eager to jump right in there, I would always forget to check the power. All the way to the point one time I trusted the customer to run back and hit a breaker. And they I'm trusting them about hitting the breaker, and they hit the wrong breaker, and I mess around and get shocked. But that was a lesson learned, because then I didn't, all I got to do is get up off my ass and ask where the fuse box is, and go back there and let me be the reason. If I'm gonna die, let me be the reason. Don't let it be somebody else. And that's the way I felt about when you're looking at the dogs and the condition in that very first, time that you're dealing with what a healthy dog's supposed to go through. There are certain things you got to make sure of. I've seen my brother try to explain, you guys got microscopes. Do you do this? You got to do that. How many times you need to do that? I mean, the health is the most important part before you even get started. It's like you got to have that whole concept before you move on. There is no skipping that process. So these are things that I know we have talked about. I know these are things that y'all have heard him say, but not everybody takes that information to use to their advantage. And I don't understand that sometimes, because if the information is out there to be used, just like when the guys were trying to get us involved and teach them all how to read a pedigree. I can imagine him trying to read a pedigree, and back there when they was learning how to read a pedigree and what to look for in a pedigree, I could just imagine how that was, being there was so many dogs. But it wasn't like he hadn't known how to read a pedigree, because he had Doberman Pinschers, Rottweilers, and all of them, and German Shepherds. So it's not like he didn't know, at least understand what a pedigree was. But remember, a pedigree is a bunch of dogs with names. It's always better to at least know the names of the dogs when you look in anybody's pedigree. And I know he says that, he tries to show that, but it can be complicated because a lot of people miss a lot of things because they haven't been around long as other people when it comes to the things that we talk about. There's a lot of guys out there throwing information around, but again, it's up to you to decipher what's going to work for you. I don't try to get people to sit back and say, well, so-and-so said this, well, and you're saying that, so what's the difference? There is no difference because everybody's going to have their own way. But for me, I learned from my job, what I do for a living. I learned from my mother and my father. I didn't have to go to a school. As far as my trades, that was their trades. They were the people who taught us what to do and how to do it. And when they were teaching us, they made sure they dotted all the I's and crossed every T. And they were strict about it. So apply that to the dog game. If we didn't take the information that was given to us and applied it, do you think that some of our mentors would have been open to keep giving us more information if they didn't see that we were utilizing what information they have already given us and if we're applying it? Remember, it's easy to find out if a person is doing the work that you put out there, because I can figure that out just based on conversation. Because I know what you're supposed to be saying. I know what I'm expecting to be hearing. And if I don't hear what I'm expecting to be hearing, then that means you are just telling me something and you're trying to bullshit me. And when you try to bullshit me, then that makes me kind of like how I'm going to deal with this situation. Because I know there's a problem. Do I stop talking? Do I get rid of the person? Or are they worth me at least getting them past that first hump? I know you ain't read. I know you didn't do this. So don't even be playing with me. Don't even bullshit me. As long as you straight up, I'm not going to have a problem trying to teach you. The minute you start trying to feed me a bunch of bullshit, like that's just going to work, I'm going to get you away from me. You're not going to have a job. I'm not going to waste my time. That's just life in general. And believe it, fellas, these dogs work the same way. This podcast works the same damn way. We're just giving you the information that we know. That's it. Anybody who has the knowledge of at least owning, conditioning, an American Pit Bull Terrier, they're going and got some time, they're going to be able to tell you a lot about the dogs just based off their experience. But that experience is only going to go so far. Yeah, you got bulldogs, but have you ever climbed over a wall? Yeah, you've been with them in a while, but tell me a little bit more, because a lot of people haven't been able to do that. That's why we talk about the past, because there was many men who were able to do that in the past. That's why we had the dogs that we talk about. That's why I try to narrow this down and leave the opportunity open for other people to have their opinions based on their own experience and their own teachings. Because when it all comes back around, the thing that mattered is, what did the product look like? Because the product is going to give you a good idea of what the handler, the conditioner, the owner, the breeder, in all aspects of this game, you're going to be able to just sit back and examine the research to understand why and what they all might have had in common. They all might have done it different. Because remember, you got to need a pit bull, you need a competitor, you're going to need a handler, and you're going to need a program to be successful in the dog game, regardless of what you're doing. It's just a matter of which one you're trying to be. So, fellas, we try not to get on the level aspect of things because we truly understand that not everybody had ever had a chance to do some of the things that we were able to do. But it's good to just know that just because we were doing this and we never ran a dog up the wall, we never, had a dog in weight pulling competition, doesn't mean that you couldn't. Because as long as you understand your purpose and the concept of the purpose that you're competing in, all these things that it takes to be competitive is going to come to you by nature. When I say by nature, experience. Experience is going to always make you better. So if you take anything away from what we talk about, take the things that are going to help you. When I say things that's going to help you, some of you guys already got mentors and they might have already told you something. Well, okay, that's cool. We might be doing things different than what your mentor taught you or told you. But then don't be closed-minded. Because sometimes when guys do that, you kind of like that little comment. Now, I think most should go back over that because Pete Sparks said a lot in this in his little interview that made so much sense back when he said it, even till now. There's a lot of guys who have a lot of information that think they know a whole lot. We've all seen it, but in reality, you never applied it. So how would you ever know if what you're telling other people will work for you if you never applied it? That thing that thought right there is what, triggers people. Because it still goes on today. He always tell you, be beware of the ones that's them breeders, don't go be out here buying dogs unless you've seen the dog that all the things that Pete said in that little comment in that interview that Mo went over last week. And me personally, I had to stop and read it again because I was kind of like, how many guys actually missed that? Because in reality, he said a whole lot. And where we be sitting here talking 3 and 4 hours, he said that little comment took more than 2-3 minutes to read. But it was so much, in them statements that if you just read it and apply it to what you're either going to agree with what he said or you're going to find some reason to disagree with what he said, just because what he said might seem like he was talking to you. You might just been one of them fake asses that he was talking about that might just apply to you. Now, you remember I used to do the questions and I always tell you guys it didn't never matter. It's not a right or wrong answer, but I would always want to know why people voted the way they voted. But I never seemed like no, I'm going to say I've never really had anybody, like we might have a 88% people saying yes and another 12% saying no. And it's kind of like out of 12%, you might have over 100 people. That leaves a couple of people who might have said no. I want to know why you feel like, what you feel like. Why say no? What was, because you got 88% of the people saying one thing. Why do you feel that no, is so important to you, that you feel that way? But nobody ever wants to explain that. And I think that's the way what Pete was trying to say when you're dealing with, bullshit. Because it makes sense. I was one of the 12% that said no about something, and you gave me the opportunity to explain my no. I would take full advantage of that, because that somebody might get me to understand why my no, should be a yes. But at least give me a chance to explain myself before you start cutting me down. I think we try to give the opportunity where it's not a one-sided conversation, gentlemen. Take advantage of the conversations, because that's what we're here to do. Share the knowledge and be entertained in the process, because it's all fictional anyway. Y'all see where I'm coming from. Let me see what I got here. I'm going to turn this over to my man Mo here in a second, so he can get started here. I don't know why my phone is not pulling up nothing. All right, Mo, it's on you, bro. Let me see who I got here in the house while we get this thing together. Self-made, Bruce. Big shout out to my man Double M Desbo. Bite down and shake that like button. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man Supreme Excellence in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man Johnny Rockets. What up, fam? I like that comment, Johnny. Johnny say, ultimately, you can't tell another man how to run his yard. Just run yours the best way you can. Johnny, those are true statements by far. But it always goes back to, it's your yard, it's your dog, and what do you consider your best? Because you can stay on the yard, because that's all you're going to be grading yourself against, is just you. But again, we come from a competitive sport. When you walk off that yard, that conversation don't mean shit. That piece anyway. Because now you taking your best against someone else who thinks and feels just like you. So how many times you think you're going to keep walking off your yard and your best just ain't your best? That's the point I'm trying to make. How do you get better when your best is not your best? You're going to step outside that yard and do your research and find someone who can help you. We've all been that in life. That's just normal. Keep it simple, stupid. I got a problem. I need to go to somebody who's done this, who can help me with my problem. My best isn't good enough. I need to get better. Those are just everyday, common sense living things that happens when you're in a certain situation. But first thing you gotta get, I'm a true believer in can't worry about what another man's doing. You should be more concerned about what you're doing, because that's where it's all supposed to matter. But it's a true statement. I appreciate the statement though. I just liked it because there's so much in that. I don't want people to get stuck on, yeah, you can get out there and think what your best until you have to another man think like you do. And then it comes down to who's got the, what is the best, what is the better. Big shout out to my man, Tall Stranger, Straight Face. I see you, fam. Mr. John Johnson in the house. I see you. Yo, my man, Nudie James. What up, fam? War Eagle Yard Boy in the house. What up, fam? BRB, I see you, fam. Small Time in the house. What up, fam? What's up? What up? Mic check. Mic check. Come on. Mo, how's it going, baby boy? Hey, what's up, y'all? BRB, what's up, man? Running Star, Small Time, what's up, y'all? Hey, BRB, hey, tell me what you mean. Have I ever used Ivermectin like Tom was saying during COVID? What was he doing with the Ivermectin during COVID? Hit me up. Ivermectin is used for heartworms, though. They call it the heartworm preventer. He said he was using it to treat COVID in his family. Well, we had a few people in our family catch it. I never caught it. But what was he doing? Giving them injectables? Was he giving them shots and shit? If it was that simple,
Think everybody else would have called on. You want me to call it what I call it. you know, you and COVID on the family. Where I come from, I come in talking like that. They're gonna be asking questions, and swear to God, I'm trying to kill them. People I know, we don't take shots, not just any shot either. You know, I be hearing guys literally. There's people out there that still believe they treat Ivermectin like a dog warmer. Yeah, I give my dog Ivermectin for the worms. Oh, you do? No, how many guys still believe that? I mean, I would sure of like to know who even told them that Ivermectin kills worms. I can't tell you this much. If you give a dog Ivermectin once a month, every year, you put them on that regimen. You know, I've seen dogs that had heartworms because they wasn't protected from catching heartworms. But a year on Ivermectin, in some cases a year and a half, the dog somewhere in there, all the heartworms disappeared. So if you guys got them regiments of heartworms, even when guys in those with the mosquitoes and shit like that, because that's where they come from, you have to be vigilant and disciplined to vaccinate your dogs with the Ivermectin. If that's not one thing that you must do if you live in an area that has mosquitoes or your dogs is out there in the woods where there's mosquitoes. You got to put them on the Ivermectin. If and ands and buts about it. If you're not doing it, believe me, you're gonna have heartworms. And heartworms do a lot with the breathing of a dog. Dog got heartworms by the time they're 3 years old, and they can't have a successful career because in the long run, take them to the vet gonna tell you they got a heartworm. Be running no trees, you know. And that's another thing that most guys they miss. When their dogs seem like they can't get no air, regardless of what you try to do with them, that's the time you go to the veterinarian and have them checked. I guarantee the dog got heartworms. And if they haven't figured out a way to treat heartworms without giving them that arsenic poisoning, basically what it is, and there's no guarantee it's gonna work, but it does leave damage that, you might get rid of the heartworms, but the dog's career, as far as competing in anything, it takes a lot out of 'em. So, you gotta stay on top of your Ivermectin, guys. It takes once a month. I hear people talking about they use the Ivermectin for the horses and, I don't know who y'all get the information from. That's what you've been doing. And look, you ain't killed your dog yet. You got heartworms, maybe you keep doing what you do. I'm just telling you, like, day one, the time that I've been in the game, and I learned about the prevention of heartworms. The reason why I was told this because what happened to Levi after James had gave him Levi. James Edward gave him Levi. It was actually, um, it was James Edwards, but he did it over at Alice's crib, put it that way. I mean, I'm sitting right here. Let me turn the mic up 'cause I'm just sitting here talking.
Big shout out to Bugs with the goods coming in with a 5-piece. He said, "Peace, twins, bulldog or no dog for life. My grandkids love what I have. That means everything to me." I feel you, fam. I feel you. Appreciate the love, fam. Big shout out to my man. Big shout out to my Mr. Vernon Starr. I see you, fam. Big shout out to the Queen. It's 12:03 in the house. What up, fam?
Hey, Bernie, I don't know about the drop dead part, but again, what's gonna happen, huh? You gotta improve. Nah, but definitely have proof, and I've definitely said this before. I had a dog that got treated by a vet, and I still have a problem. Then I did one that he had heartworms when I got him. He was 2 years old. By the time he was 3 years old, the dog didn't have heartworms. So, tell me what could he have did? What could I have done for that dog to get rid of that dog's heartworms? All I did is give the dog Ivermectin. Jonathan doesn't treat heartworms. Don't nothing treat it. Ivermectin supposed to get rid of it. But once the ivermectin gets in the body, it does protect from heartworms. Continuing use, literally, it really kills them. Well, 3 cc's, my friend, is a very lot. I have to tell you, 3 cc's is a lot. I don't give my dog that much. So to me, that your dosage is way up. I wouldn't say more for 45-pound dog, you know, it's a half cc. I'm trying to tell you, son, that's too much. That's what killed your dog. Thank you guys. Thank you. I wouldn't tell you nothing wrong, my friend. I do know what I'm talking about. The 3 cc is awesome. But hey, don't, hey, it's a valuable lesson. And nobody, I wouldn't make a joke about that shit. I wouldn't be laughing. I think it was cool. Let us know, you know what I mean? But remember, I said about the treating of it. You came in and said killed your dog. No, you killed your, not understand what you. That's all. That's important to know that it's not like you did because you already didn't know back then. Remember, I started this conversation. I came up with driving Mac. Fact that most people don't know how to use it. You know what I'm saying? So, cool. What's up there, Mr. Morris? Good to see you stopping in, fam. Oh, I want to say a big shout out to my man over there. From the big shout out to DJ over there at the camp. You know, interesting story. So, just want to make a big shout out. It was a pleasure meeting you, dude. I just want to make a shout out to him. Let's see who else I got a shout out to out there. Hmm. Oh, who's with the goods? What's up, man? He said, preventive maintenance is 10 times as good as reactive. Give it before they get it. That's the truth, man. That's the bottom line truth. I mean, that is really the truth. It really does take discipline to be able to get in there and give it every month to a lot of your dogs. You know, it's scary to be, if you start missing. I do the injection every 6 months. Hold on, let me put this up. It's I do the injection every 6 months, and in between I have a magazine pace with the preventable. But those stranger, I mean, I don't inject my dogs with Ivermac. That's for damn. I do use it out of the bottle, but I don't use it to inject. I give it right orally and oral. You don't like the taste, but you give it to them oral. The other one is it's a warmer. That's a good warmer, but it don't take care of tapeworm, so it does pretty good. I always say the only thing I'm gonna say is one thing that you don't have to put under a microscope, and you should be treating every month is ivermectin. Yeah, the paste is oral, yeah, but I'm just saying, I've always used the actual injectable, you know? Depends on the percentage, because remember, it's 22.2, um, when you taking care of your one preventive, look at the active ingredients and all that shit that they put in it. Some of those spaces that you have a dog or horses is like a horse thing because it's so big. they would more, but they actually the dog needs more uh, and it's more based on even in your you have to know the dog's weight, and you have to give it's almost twice what you use for what a horse. That's why I use our magazine swine 1%. You know, I use the one for the horses, I use the one for the cows. Some of them do come with the one with the swine and the cow, but it's the dosage and the mixture of the ivermectin, the one we always use, the one that always been advised to use is the 1% swine, because it's the actual measurement that you can give to your dog. We know that's equivalent to heart guard and those other heart guard that they once you spend money. That's a good thing to bring up. A lot of guys use the pace and you know, they use the pace. That pace really don't take care of tapeworms. Okay, really don't take care of tapeworms. But the safeguard does. The safeguard takes care of tapeworms. Safeguard is the same equivalent as the Panacore in the powder form that you can buy from Amazon or the big jar. But the dosage and pace that you're using it at is not the same. A dog needs twice. Actually, you're using the pace only 10% of the parental that's used to kill tape. In a dog, you need 22% of that parental in a dog for tapeworms. So you don't have those, you're not gonna cure shit. You know, you gotta get this. Yeah, he said you use 3 forms of it. I know you got I know you got the paste, I know you got the powder, and I haven't seen any injectables yet, but I know I've seen it in pasted powder because I've used them. Actually, buy the Panacure for horses, I just know the dosage. When I buy Safeguard in the tube, like in the tube, then I have a tube gun to give my dog. I have I know the dosage. No, don't know the dosage, like I said. If you can tell me that you knew the dosage and put it out there that you knew the dosage, fine. But I know the dosage. Just I'm just helping out everybody else who don't know. Like I said, look at the package, you'll see there's a difference between 10% you're using because that's the only form you're getting is 10%, because that's all the vets put out there for the other animals. The only dogs that require 2% of the parental is a dog. Horses don't need but 10%, but that dog needs 22. That's almost it's really twice as much as what your actual dosage is to the pig. Dog, and then you got to add that point. That means for every other pound, it's not just 2 22%, it's 22.2%. You're adding a whole nother 12% that you need out of that 10% too. You got to double, at 10, you add another 12 to that to make it 25 for a dog. You don't know those dosages. If you do, share with everybody so you would. If I have my list here, I would be glad to share it. But for the guys really if they really know what they're talking about, be smart, and really know what they're talking about, and they will offer that information out there to you guys. I'll be glad. But I want to see those people who believe they know what they're doing offer that same help back to you. That's all. Doses per week. And you're using a tube. You're using the tube or if you're using the paste, there's dosages to that. No, I would believe that you would know because, like I said, people make mistakes. Yeah, I mean, I use the edible grade, but I don't really use it. You know, I have a microscope. You know, I definitely have a microscope. They can have it of checking your dog shit, and I guarantee you won't be wasting no medicine. Only thing you really have to give your dog is ivermectin. You don't have to worry about tapeworms, but everything else, you know, if you check the shit, you stay on top of it. You do a treatment, you find shit in your stool, then you turn around 10 days later, test them again, see if you still I mean, look for eggs and all. You'll find the egg there. Treat him for another treat him a day later, check the stool, come you got a clear shot, and then every once a month, you know, take time out and doesn't take nothing but to take time out, man, and check your dog's foot. At some point, you know, it's safe. First of all, you're not wasting medicine. You're giving the dog something he may not even need. The only thing a dog needs really every month is that ivermectin, peace of mind places where he's gonna be around a bunch of mosquitoes. And really, that's really all over the country. You wanna get your dog on some type of heartworm prevention. I think it's cheaper for me to and serve the whole yard than to have to go and buy a pill, takes care of all the worms and the heartworms once a month. I mean, those pills be costing $40 for a dog, and all it takes is a little time to, you know, to make sure you give your dog a little iodine. It's way cheaper. That's it. Now, I never use ivermectin to treat worms because it won't. See, that's the thing, you know, that my ivermectin won't treat worms. It give you a heartworm preventer, but it won't treat any worm in a dog. The guys that don't. I have a lot of dogs. I mean, I say I had a lot of dogs. I had a lot of dogs. Sitting up there with over 100 and something dogs, I was very close. Yeah, you're right though, baby boy. All strangers, you're definitely right. It is a preventer. And it's very important guys really understand that they really want to get some protection out of their dog. Dog can have heartworm by the time they get 3 years to the age to do something with them, regardless of what it is. Some grown men, 3 should they be down there with heartworms at 2. And you wanna know why we can't get more work? Some of them, you won't even expect them until they hit those older years. The one thing that stopped them from even having a career, all because they started young, because what about the dogs that you go out there and buy from people who don't do that? You're already taking a chance, you know? If there would be anything I would do if I was a dog for anybody, I'll take a chance to do that. Have them before I buy the dog. Have the dog tested for heartworms. Why would I buy a dog with heartworms? Whoever go and have the dog before you purchase it from somebody, at least get a certificate from a veterinarian telling you that the dog doesn't have any heartworms. Giving down how old the dog is. Know that that dog doesn't have heartworms before you put know what I mean? That's right. Tall stranger, you need to come up here and sit with me. I'm all that typing. You making a good conversation here, bro. It's a buffer, really. I mean, I would be tagging everything you be saying. Really. You know, I could just sit here and tag everything you say because everything you saying is right. A lot of guys out here, don't be surprised. A lot of guys out here don't know. Trust me, they've been told things and the way they're using it, you wouldn't believe. But it's the truth. So this is really valuable information to a lot of people out there who's really been told different. You know, if you had the Merck book, and I'm pretty sure you guys are y'all familiar with the Merck, the green one, the red one? Those are veterinarian books. I have veterinarian books. 'Cause, not only, is it wise to know how to take care of your dogs, it's not because, there was a time that they had dog fighting, but not even dog fighting, it's a care, period. You know how many people dogs that I have saved and don't have anything to do with dog fighting, dogs get sick. Dogs have a lot of people would I'm not a lot of people because I have been around these dogs, love the dogs, and I had taken every opportunity to learn everything I needed to know about the dog, even when it comes down to taking care of all the way down to emergency care. Some guys be in positions that they can't take to the vet in fear that people are gonna go bother them over because they're gonna claim the dog with dog fighting, and all the dog did is get off the chain. They don't even wanna bring the stress to their house, but their dog is fucked up and they don't want their dog to die. You know what I'm saying? Those are out there, they do exist. But the Merc book was a good one. Said the Pit Bull Bible and Healthy Bulldog Mags got me on one, on point. Yeah, because they a lot of information, a lot of information. California Jack's book was good, but his dosages was a little off. I didn't see anything in there where he had anybody as far as the actual use to put anybody's dog in danger. You know, it really is a good book. It really does teach you a lot, but just beware of the dosages. Research, know all your dog's weight on the yard by taking time out every month, once a month. When you give out the iMed, make that thing a day that you check your dog. Shit collectors, if you got a bunch of damn dogs, shit, you do 'em every 2 weeks. So many dogs, but you gotta keep that record. You gotta keep that record. No, I'm just be like, "Shit, I'm just gonna go warm them all." Well, that's really you can do that, but what if all of them really don't they got anything. Very well. There you go. I'm gonna leave that up there. I'm gonna leave that up there. Well, I can tell you, I give my dogs, and I have always given my dogs things for here. Hey Trevor, I'm still on top of you, bro. Man, you put this stuff up. I'm definitely gonna put it on the screen. All right, hold on. That's good information. I'm trying to make sure that only the people in the chat room pick this up, but people out there. Okay, I can't get it to move. Why can't I move it? Okay, here we go. There go Trevor. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna catch up in a minute. See, if I'm giving my dog Albumet every month, guys, why am I still having to test for worms? And why am I still having worm treatment on the yard? Remember, I'm giving the dog Albumet once a month. I still have to check for the rounds and the hooks. If there was ever a flea problem, I'm also tested for the tape. But that's why I keep all types on me because, you know, when you're out there in the woods or you're out there in the country, you have wandering animals trying to not get fleas. You know, the mice, rats, rabbits, all those creatures that run through our yards have fleas. They if there's a flea infestation, those little animals got them. That's what brings them to your yard, the little critters. Cat. Neighborhood wandering cats for you guys in the cities to wander the neighborhood. Always cutting through the yard, always got your dogs riled up. They can come across the front yard. You don't run your dog across. That's why you got to have a flea protection when you take your dog out into the public world. It would be wise for you to put a flea treatment on your dog if you're gonna be taking off the yard and out there in the street to walk and work out to protect your dog from bringing home fleas. With that protection, you don't have to worry about bringing home no fleas because you're not like you're taking the whole yard. If you're taking any dog off the property free of fleas, you're going into a society, you may you may have fleas anywhere that you may be looking because everybody who walks their animals carry all kind of diseases, shit all over the neighborhood with different kind of illnesses and parasites and everything else when you're out there. Your dog is susceptible to catch anything out there. Always remember, don't take it for granted, protect your dogs. way I'm making it sound like you guys spend a whole bunch of money. It doesn't cost a lot of money to get a worm sampling and a microscope to constantly check your yard. But at least even though you give them Osmex for another month, doesn't guarantee the dog will not catch another worm or have fleas and have tapeworms. Okay, so it's good to know this stuff. Roundworm. I did a show on this, guys. I did a show on this. I had showed y'all the eggs. I showed y'all what they look like in a microscope. You know, somebody said Tom Gardner was using Ivermectin for the COVID. Another one is for puppy thing. We need to talk while we're talking about these damn worms. Let's talk about the effect of what worms do when it comes to toxicity and toxicity and puppies. Worms is one of the major contributors of your puppy catching toxicity. And as here, let me put that up there, Trevor Flowers, that little point table. You have to be careful with the use of ivermectin because all breeds, you have to really kind of test your dog. And that's usually when you get the first reaction. You really can catch it as a puppy. If you get the grown dog in your yard, you know, you start your treatment, you know, really, like I said, if you bring a new dog from the yard and the dog was never tested for heartworms before you got the dog, before you paid for the dog, you know, if you gave the dog a some ivermectin, the dog goes into a static shock, you know, carry you epinephrine for those moments because I have seen dogs where they was giving their dog ivermectin for the first time, and the dog had a reaction, and it just so happened that when they brought the dog over to slobbery and like he was going through a stroke, and shot of that epinephrine and brought him out of it. But in that situation there, you can't that dog will not be a candidate for ivermectin because he has an allergic reaction to it. So you have to be careful when you do it badly. You gotta make sure your dosage is right, or it help you if you give him a heavy dose and don't know what you're doing, and he has a reaction, like killing. Dog man, hey, what's up, dog man? TV? What's up, fam? Hey, it says, "Twin, check your connection. It's going in and out." I hear you, Big C. I know. Maybe it's the mic, man. Hey, we're gonna do. I do a mic check. 'Cause I can't tell you. Mic check one. Mic check one. Hey, give me a thumbs up, fellas, if it's coming in a little better. I need to turn something up, turn it down. Mic check one. Mic check one. Yeah, I'm glad. I know Big C. I'm just trying to get it out there clear, though, baby. So help me out. If I'm sounding like a little better, man, let me know. Cause I wanna give you good information, but I wanna make sure you guys can hear it, hear it good. Mic check one. Okay, that better, that better, baby, turn into good. We ready. If it gets good, Big C, let me know, man. Oh, that's some good information right there. Hey, here's my question though. What's the DMSO for? What would that be for? You know what I mean? That's my question. What would the DSMO, I mean the DMSO for? And why would you shoot? I mean, I have a magazine. You don't inject that, do you? I mean, I get mine straight through the mouth. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Big C. Okay, we good now, twin. That's right, Big C. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Yeah, fellas. But hey, while we in that conversation though, come on, y'all. Let's talk about a little discipline. Discipline. I mean, y'all got a lot of information, and that's just another thing we just added to y'all responsibility of being a real dog man to your yard. We always talking about how we keep the yard clean, how important it is to keep it clean. I try to tell you things the way I do to make it easy, especially raising puppies. I talk to many guys who aren't having very good luck with puppies. They're not all dying, but their survival rate is terrible, you know? And I'm pretty sure they don't wanna lose puppies because every time you lose a puppy, you just wonder, well, good. I mean, situation that might have been the next grand champion Luke Kane or Mayday. You never know. Once they gone, but you really think about it. It's always the good ones that get away. They always seem to be the first ones to go. You ever get those letters where, he had 9 puppies and the 10th one, he had to be the odd one of the list. He had to be the dead one. Like, damn, I look like a throwback. You know what I'm saying? For those who have puppies, y'all know what I'm talking about. Somebody asked me, do you warm your dog when she's pregnant? Did you start putting that damn her shit under the microscope? Time you start seeing her little twat swelling up and starting to get blood there, you should immediately check her stool. You ain't gonna hear me tell you to go ahead and worm her, 'cause I'm gonna keep on driving until everybody have a microscope, whether cheap or not, it doesn't matter, something that you can put your shit under and look and see if your dog has worms and what kind of worms you need to be treating before you begin her breeding career. And it would also be wise if you did have to treat her to continue to check her shit throughout her breeding to make sure that your treatment is working, because you don't wanna have puppies coming right in, right off the back, dealing with worms in the mother. You don't want to have to deal with worms in the mother, and you got to kill the worms in the mother to make sure the puppies don't get it. You go ahead and treat her. You don't have to worry about that and make sure that she don't have them by checking their stool, not just by just giving them medicine. Take this so let them know what you're giving them to make sure that you're giving them the stuff that's gonna kill the worms that they. Okay. Oh, strangers, the oil has to move through the digestive system before it goes through the bloodstream, and that's the point. That's that really is the point, the absorption of getting there. You're right. In the skin, like it's like you say when we giving a dog uh, IV and we can't get a vein, the best thing to do is put the IV through the skin. You can hydrate your dog that way because of the absorption. Yes, that is true. But going that way is the longer route. The absorption, it does go through the process, but it goes through it takes it a little longer to absorb compared to where it goes through the body and from the digestive system, it will be distributed to the blood a lot quicker than it does when it's being absorbed through the skin. Just giving you a tip on that, my friend. You're gonna get absorption both ways, but you will get it oral a lot faster. It does work going through under the skin, but the absorption period of time compared to the actual absorption that's going through the stomach is a lot quicker. Only thing quicker than that is going straight into a vein. Cool beans. What's up, baby? Well, dang, who y'all spanking on? Get me in on it. What I miss? What I miss? Cool being said, I don't either. Let me put it up. I don't like talking about stuff. It ain't on the board, so everybody can see. Boy, damn. Well, dog, hey, what Buck been talking about for the last 2 days? Am I missing something? Come on, somebody bring me up to date. Hey, Charles Stranger, I got that, bro. I just wanted to make sure that I'm gonna put that up there so I I did read that, okay? And that is very smart. I get that. I was just talking about the absorption. You know what I mean? And I saw that, and I was like, no, that's good. I should make sure everybody got that. Okay, I'm gonna go back up, dog man. so I can be nosy. Yeah, I'm just being nosy, y'all. I don't know what dog man talking about. Oh, dog man, that's what you sent me back to? It says, "Hey, everybody want waiting for you to talk about Southern Kennels, say they ain't no red nose or Mayday." Well, I can show you 2 bitches right off the bat. 2 bitches. What about Cock Diesel? Come on now, y'all. Y'all don't want me to go there, do y'all? I gotta go there. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to go there. I didn't know nothing about the conversation, fellas. All right, I'll just show you 2, and if they said it was none, I'm gonna give you 2. I mean, what, you doubt champion the brat? You think Victor's standing there with holding the brat next to Mayday, breeding to Mayday, his daughter, his first champion? A goddamn red-nosed female standing right there with the man of Southern Kennels. I'm pretty sure he didn't say it. That should be a kill shot right there by itself. Kill shot. Little Mayday, aka Cooter, red male. I'm gonna give you another one. Hold on, let me get it here. I'm working on it. Give me a chance to pull it up. Here you go, guys. We'll do this one. Here's another one right there. Red-nosed female. Chanel. Another killer. Her matches were short like brats too. Yes, sir. She a red nose. Oh, in case you didn't know her siblings, there's Chanel, there's Annabelle, her sister, litter mates, both champion females off of Mayday. Annabelle wasn't a red nose, but she was she was bad just like Chanel. I've seen Annabelle be the Stone City dog. There's Chanel, Annabelle, Julietta. Those are all litter mates. You see the stripe on the neck? Look at the neck now. See how hers is going off to the right? So you got 2 champions and a registered mare out of 1 breeding. That's registered marriage material right there by itself. Shit. Okay. Now, Colors. Okay, how did I get up there? Did I have that on the screen? Hold on. Let me get back here. Hold on, guys. I'm getting ready to get back in here for a minute. Okay, let me get back on here. You okay? There's Chanel. There, baby. Ain't that red nose? That's two red nose champions off of Mayday. I'm from Diesel. There's Cock Diesel. Red nose. Red nose. Now I gave you four. Brat, Little Mayday, Chanel, Cock Diesel. You know? So I would definitely like to have been in that conversation. Everybody waiting for you to talk about, okay. Well, I showed y'all three red nose Mayday dogs, didn't I? I'm pretty sure, yeah, Victor never said it. Come on now. Okay, let me see. Buck never said that. Somebody with a page called Southern Kennels said that. Mayday does not come red nose and Chica was selling fake Mayday dogs. Well, that is definitely seems more like what was said, Big C. because Chico Lopez had nothing but a bunch of red-nosed dogs. He did have a bunch of them. That was his selling point, but they weren't. He was debunking, so he would definitely be in agreement. I would think he would definitely be in agreement with that one. I mean, Brat was definitely an example that she wasn't the first one. I mean, especially when you got at the beginning of the show, you got a picture of Brat being bred back to her father with Victor holding him. So why would Victor say that? And he's sitting up there holding Brat and Mayday. You know what I mean? Uh, Paul in 11 ways that technically, well, let me put it up. He said, technically, whoever did say that could be right. They must be seeing them red-nosed junks, not the Mayday prototype or genotype. And they're not hitting on what them black-nosed ones was hitting on. Well, we know for a fact, I just pulled up 4 champions that was red-nosed off of Mayday. Hmm, that was 4. Brat, Little Mayday, Chanel, and Cock Diesel, all off of Mayday. No, they could be right. You know, just saying it don't make them right. And then we got Graveyard being bred to Madame coming off of Maytube and Brat. They bred her to Graveyard. Graveyard through Red Ruby. You was a red bitch, red nose, triple Mayday. Did say triple Mayday, didn't I? In the first 2 generations, she's Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. She red nose. Johnny, Big C said, Johnny, what the fuck? There's always one trying to mess up the stream. I hope you're out country. Or man, historically, come on, man. Marcus B, what's up, man? Yeah, that one's not hard to debunk though. That was not hard to debunk. That was almost worse than Black Ice talking about termite didn't throw red dog. Now that was the best one though. This one might be up there with this one is real easy to debunk. You know, that one was real easy to debunk. But the Black Ice Cream, you know, that one right there, that was my biggest debunk when it came down to termite only throwing black dog. It, but why would it matter? And yeah, I had a whole litter of red nose. My whole litter when I bred the CD. Here we go again. See, I gotta prove a point. I had a whole litter. I had a whole litter when I bred the CD. I bred Sassy Girl, the mother of Baby and Buck Rogers and them. Look at Baby and them. They were all red nose. All these dogs were red nose. I bred the Cock Diesel. Had red men. Whole litter of them. They were all red nosed. Okay? My whole yard was red nosed. Red A dog. Red nose. You know, what's the debate? First you said it wasn't none. I showed you four, now you still got something to say. Sit down. That's not a good argument. Not making you look good, son. You get off that bus. That bus might work in any other room, bro, but we keep it real here. Especially talking to me when I got a whole yard of Mayday dogs who all were red-nosed dogs. From Maychew to Brat to Buck Rogers to Bay, Red Ruby. There's a whole line of shit of red-nosed dogs. Mayday dog. So that whole concept is just a dead water boat that's got a leak. And sooner or later, you know, it'll sink. And it don't make those who try to ride a bus like that smart. You look like you on that boat, you sink right along down into the water. Next thing you know, we'll see nothing but bubbles. Okay, keep it serious, keep it real. You get off of Mayday. We don't have to get on Mayday and start trying to hate on Mayday because you know it's not an easy thing to do when you know somebody like me. Just can't get it off. You don't know enough to get it off on me. Don't even. Nobody knew Victor better than I did. Not when it comes to a person like myself who was personally good friends with him, not knowing how to even understand half the shit he talked to. But when it came down to him making his dog all women, getting the dog put in the position to make his dog all women, he asked me to do something. I got it done for him. He took my bitch. He left her sick, gave her back to me. The way I got her, I gave him to him. He had her for a while, but I got her back. And I got puppies off of her. So, you know, he will tell you in the back of the picture that he signed how hard he worked to make that happen, and Victor never got one puppy for doing all that. I never had to pay Victor $1 to breed to Mayday. Never once. I had to give Victor anything, and I bred him twice. So I don't think you want to have an argument about how well I knew Victor Acre. You know what I mean, guys? And I don't speak their language. When he do his interviews, you always gonna find Champion the Brat in his mouth. But we can get off the Mayday for the color, the red stuff. Come on, y'all. Let's jump on something else. What else is interesting going on out there? What else is good going on out there? That I don't like there was a really a dead end conversation right there. I can't believe they was blowing up over that. I mean, that's the lack of understanding, lack of knowledge. You know, I guess people be ready to jump on the controversy bus because it makes good views. You know, talking about somebody making up controversy, it makes good content for people who don't know what the hell they're talking about. Those are usually more interesting than people who else, you know, most people that don't know, they want to hear this shit. And then the next thing you know is a whole bunch of other shit going on. And it really makes the people who can bring it up, you know, you must don't know or you would have never brought it up. So you automatically look green. You know, you couldn't even explain yourself out of that with me because it makes you look green for even bringing it up. You should know better. And then, Lord, you come back with that. That's only 4. I mean, we didn't need but 1, bro. You talking about 4? We didn't need but 1. He said none. on it, bro. I had to say it. If you're a real bulldogger, or you trying to be, don't get caught up in those kind of conversations, bro, especially when you're around a real bulldogger. Because it really does not look too good, considering you're talking to a person who has Mayday all over him. It would be a terrible conversation to be in here talking to me with that. You know, it make work real good out there in them other places because really they don't know. They act like they wanna know, they pretend like they know, but they don't know. Chico Lopez, whether y'all like him or not, it's funny. The funny thing is a while back, Victor was playing with that awesome Mayday dog of Chico. Well, he couldn't have been playing with awesome Mayday, bro. Marcus B. He couldn't have been playing with awesome Mayday. It must have been a very old thing before he lost that night when Chico ran and grabbed him when he squirted out the blood in a match. And Chico jumped in and saved him. On the way home, he got stopped by the police and they took awesome Mayday. And they never got him back, you know? And so he had a bad night. He lost with the dog, and they took the dog. And he went to jail. So again, Mark, I'm just bringing you up to date. Okay, just letting you know, I'm just bringing you up to date. Yeah, he said awesome Mayday. He didn't say, I know what he said. He said awesome Mayday. Awesome Mayday is the dog that I'm talking about. He didn't say awesome Buck like you said. Awesome Buck wasn't the one that got taken. So my question to you, Baldy, I'm asking him, okay, we heard what he said. What do you think he's trying to say? Oh, okay. He meant, he meant because he did say awesome Mayday. He said it was playing with awesome Mayday. Right. Well, you don't have a good one with the same name. I'm almost positive of that. I don't think he would use awesome Mayday's name ever again after that day. Okay. Good with the dog, get pulled by the police, dog get taken, and you go to jail. I don't think I would want to have another awesome Mayday. Okay, that's my point. And you guys, look, where is the veterans at? Where is the veterans at? Why am I feeling like I'm in a kindergarten class tonight? Come on now. Look, I'm going to just keep it real. I'm sitting here giving classes on some things that, come on, y'all. Awesome Buck is the one you claim you saw. Man. Who? Awesome Buck. When did I ever claim that I've seen Awesome Buck? See? I thought we was in here doing, I'm running around here now. You tell me when did I ever said I seen Awesome Buck? Never did I ever say I seen Awesome Buck. I'm here, but you are spanking them. I know Blanco, but I mean, come on, man. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, Branko. I know, man. I know. I don't want to though, bro. That's what I'm saying. Why are we playing this kindergarten thing? Victor, Victor, and it was endorsing Chico Lopez was lying to you guys. You need to go back to video 2 or 3 back there at the beginning of the Going Hard. We did a whole show, exposed the whole bullshit of Chico Lopez. You know, I'm not. I mean, yeah, he picked him up when he started bleeding. Thank you, friend. No, it wasn't Awesome Buck. It was not awesome buck. You got it all wrong again, guys. It was awesome Mayday. They got taken. Not awesome buck. Same awesome Mayday that he had all in and came back and didn't tell nobody the story and was up there advertising like he still had the dog and he was grand champion awesome Mayday. Registered mayor. It was not awesome buck. It was awesome Mayday. Told you guys to go back to the video number 2, I think it was. We did a whole show on it. And you know, when I do a show on debunking shit, I be having proof. And that's the thing with me. When I don't say shit, I carry the proof. I keeps it on deck. Keeps it on deck. You gotta have receipts. If you ain't got no receipts, you just talking. You gotta have receipts. You can't go in there hollering this and hollering that and don't have no receipts. That means that somebody done told you something you don't know. Yeah, go back. You gotta go back. You gotta go back to the very beginning because I think it was the first or the second, maybe it was the third show that I did that. Yeah, I thought it was Awesome Buck too, but it wasn't. It was Awesome Mayday that got taken that night. Well, that's the story because Awesome Buck went on to, he's supposed to be all wham these days, right? If it wasn't Awesome Mayday, what happened to Awesome Mayday? It's just not worth the time with some of these kids. you, hey, 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 look, they the ones seem to be taking over this flow. I mean, it used to be the Shark Tank. Yeah, go back. Go back for me because it's been a while, my friend. You. Oh, I never seen no awesome. I seen Awesome Buck. Yeah, I seen Awesome Buck. You know me. Yeah. No, Yellow Buck. I seen Grand Champion Yellow Buck. That's the only awesome dog I've seen outside of Awesome Baby. I've never seen none of them awesome dogs. Okay. I said I seen Chico's Bruno. And Bruno. I got my own shit. My shit was real. I don't jock on nobody else's shit like him because him and Evolution, they played the fool game. They played with people. Look, they got y'all up here doing this silly shit. Talking about him and he's not even a conversation to a real dog, man. Especially me when I know him too. Yeah, supposed to be greater than STP. We couldn't verify one of them damn champions outside the story that he told. Yeah, to see what it created. But see what it created though. It look what it created. It created a flood of shit. Now we got shit in the spring going downhill. Carlos, I'm not putting that pedigree up, bro. You clicking on it, but I showed it once, but I'm not clicking on it. We're not going down that rabbit hole, son. We just can't do it. We're not gonna make a show about Chico when we know it was his shit. That's for sure. I mean, who didn't know that he threw Red Dog? I don't even see how that even became a debatable issue. You know, me, I'm trying to move on to something else. We don't know something we need to know. That's all I had to do. See, that's all I had to do. So we got all the red shit off the board now, y'all. Now I guess I'm gonna go over here to the key thing now. Hey, Mike, let me see if I can do this. Do this. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I'm going back in here. Okay, got it back up. So where I go? I can see the whole thing. Here. Cool. All right, y'all, come on. I ain't moving. I gotta go like this. All right, y'all. I want to go before I close out tonight, man. I want to go grab another key before I go. And we couldn't move the board before. I'll go back to that one on another day. That's a long one. They go through the whole routine. This is Sprinkle Winkle's keep right here, y'all. This is Sprinkle Winkle. He was another good dog man. FW. He's a good dog man too. And during the years involved in this breed, I worked many times a dog to his true weight and best shape possible. And I made many mistakes as well. But I guess with the mistakes in mind, to keep which I'll share with you is a proven one. In the best sense of the word, since this simple keep delivered me many a winner who's not seldom winning over the other entry due to their better shape. Says first you must warm your dog 2 weeks before the pre-key start. Clip his toenails and give him a warm bath and wash him good with what is that sodium scrub. Go to the vet and let's check the dog good, good and out. Make sure he got a good liver, kidney, blood, stool. Let's check it all out, really. If the dog is healthy, green light is on. It's time to condition your dog now. Change his daily feed to the use of a dry dog food. Hey, what's up, nephew? Hold on, guys. And I'm right in the middle of the show. Huh? Okay. Would you need to come? Okay. Change his feed to a dry dog food special made for the needs of canine sporting animals. I myself use Eukanuba Premium. What's good for my dogs? Give the shortly after his daily workout all the fresh water he'll drink day in, day out. Now, I used to use Eukanuba too, though, y'all. I did use that during my pre-K. 1 hour in hand walking on a long leash and a good harness, walk on a different types of soil, grass, dirt roads, hills, after every workout, a 20-minute rub down. Feed on water after the rub down and rest the dog. Yep, that's all. Give him 1 day of no work at all. And don't rub him as well. On such a rest day, you will add some less food to his feed pan. Second week, same old. Only 1.5 hours of walking now. That's all. Now the dog is used to some work. Watch him closely during the whole process. If he's looking sore, tired, etc., don't hesitate to rest him an extra day. We're going to start now with 2 weeks of building up the dog to build him ready to stand the pressure and stress while work the fifth and the heaviest week of his training. Third, third week, Monday, 5 minutes of treadmill. After an hour hand walk. After the meal work, 15 minutes of hand walk. Tuesday, 2 hours of hand walk. Wednesday, 10 minutes meal work. Thursday, 2 hours of hand walk. Friday, 15 minutes of meal work. Saturday, rest day. Sunday, we'll start again. Add in on the third week 25 grams of boiled rice and 25 grams of boiled meat to his daily diet, his daily dry food, and 2 multivitamin tabs. 4 weeks, same old, same old. Only you'll add more time work like this. Treadmill, 20, 25, 30 minutes. At the hand walk only days, 2.5 hours of hand walking, and now 50 grams of 50 grams of rice and meat to his feed pan in the 2 times. Fifth week, the most heaviest week, 3 hours of hand walk. I guess expect after, I guess, his meal work day. Okay, except on his meal work day. So that would be 3 hours of hand walk, except on his meal work days. Treadmill, 35, 40, 45. Saturday, rest till Sunday. Fee stays the same. If losing too much weight, add some extra dry dog food. Regular weight through his regular his regular his weight through the feed pan as well. Regulate. Mm-mm. 6th and last week, 10 minutes meal, an hour and a half for hand walking, 5 minutes meal, 1 hour of hand walking, 30 minutes hand walking, then rest prior to the match. At match day, walk him or her out every 3 hours just to urinate and to relieve himself good. At the 14th day of training, the dog must be a half a kilogram above his true show weight. And that was how many weeks in? It's 14 day of training. Whoa, okay. Let's keep him like that during the entire keep. The first rest days, the 2 first rest days at the end of the 6th week, don't give him meat or rice. Last meal, 24 hours before the event, take his water away 12 hours before. Give him a half a liter of boiled chicken broth. Well, spring chicken solution, I guess would be chicken as his last drink 12 hours before. Last meal, 50 grams of meat, 50 grams of rice, and dry dog food. No tabs. I avoid all bite work, jumping, hanging, etc., etc. Also, steroids I skip out of a keep like this simple one. I use 1 cc a day or eggs in 48 hours before, 1 cc 24 hours before, 1 cc 2 hours before. This keep bless me with a 1 hour and 2 hour window. Okay, this is the Balkan boys here. Hey, y'all want to talk about that one? Let's see. Okay, what y'all think? Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, get on your mic. Yeah. Very straight. Yeah, there you go. How you do that? This one. All right, let's see what we got. What y'all think, man? Yeah, it was in the early '90s. Marquise on this right here. It was the early part of the '90s. Johnny Rocket. If that was a beginner's keep, that's a good one for it. It's simple. And Twinkle Winkle, he is definitely a good dog man. Bronco say, what they talk about the twin favorite meat for keep. Me, I use ground beef and beef liver and jack mackerel, ground beef, beef liver, and jack mackerel. You catch that, Bronco? That's the meat that I would use. I also use red potatoes. I add carrots. And then I have several supplements. I just don't give them pills. I guess because I'm on them steroids, I give mine supplements. I give them creatine, I give them muscle milk, I give them carbo fuel. I throw a bunch of shit, you know. First 3 weeks, I'm giving up the red cell. I'm using honey. I'm using green beans. And sometimes I use spinach. I put back and forth. I do use my egg every other feeding. You know, I'm like, I use a lot. I do when I walk for weight. You know, I got a weight harness and I use a 5 pound harness on the neck, 10 pound harness on the body. 20-pound dog, you got that 15 pounds of weight to carry, that little extra 15. If you walk in, it really does put the dog in good shape. Again, guys, I'm on them steroids, so you throwing it out. So this is what most guys, historically speaking, that was basically the concept. They knew what they were using. They knew exactly what they were doing with it, and they built knowing that fact. They built bigger and stronger dogs knowing that fact. Because they can get better work, more work, better recovery. Those stories do. You know? I mean, it is a rookie keep, but it's a good keep and it's a smart keep for somebody who don't understand the pure logic of what you're doing in a keep. That's a good one to follow directions on for sure. You know, it's still gonna take some work. You still gotta put in the work because remember he walking 3.5 hours. Me, I'm gonna be on that e-bike. We gonna get 2 miles a day. We gonna get at least 10 miles a day in. I build up. Once I build up to that 10 miles, then it's just a matter of how fast I can get them 10 miles out of the animal. But I build up to the 10. Once I hit that 10 mark, now my time is not getting 10 miles, it's getting the 10 miles better time. Okay? So now I just focus on the meat, even add a little extra stuff to the keep. Pit dog, Super Five, what's up, baby? No, Pit dog. What Bonnie Five had a decent one. I think I got Bonnie Five in here too. I would have loved to have Larry Combs in here, because Larry, he liked it, he was a face man. Vietnam had a great team. Combs, he was the keep man for them. He was a good keep man. He when they bought Bones in, when they bought Bones in, the whole thing when Bones started conditioning those dogs. Vietnam became real Miles beat him. He beat him with a good one, but he paid for it. That's how good that Vietnam dog was. He broke his spleen. Miles Davis pulled it off with a broken spleen. But both dogs was in great shape. It was one hell of a, you know. Vietnam, they were definitely had a great keep. They had a great man that was doing them. Bonnie had a decent one. I would give the pit dog. I would give Bonnie Five a little more than a decent one though, because he remember he conditioned Ace at least 3 to 6 times that he put him out there for something that. You know what I'm saying? He did. He conditioned Ace at least 3 to 6 times that he took him out. And Ace was a destroyer, and he was running. He was nice and real strong. You know, he was a power. He was a powerhouse. He wasn't just a stifle dog. He was a rough, strong ass dog. Very rough and aggressive. He got in there, got the job done. No bullshit. At Rocky. You know? Yeah, that's true. And you know they ain't giving them the real sauce. You know it ain't. They actually keeping it on a level that they, the average reader, which is usually a green person, with based on what they would expect it to be. So they keep that we were been reading. They all, look like, 'cause I know some of these guys are saying, man, that 3.5 hour walk, boy, shoot, it's hard for these guys to get their dogs Ivermectin every month, once a month. Okay? So imagine somebody being forced to have to walk, you know, 2.5 hours, every day. You know what I mean? It takes a dedicated person to do that. These days, I wouldn't even do it. You know, back then, I didn't do it back then. I'm like STP. I was definitely like STP. I don't use no herbs and no spices. Not a one. Yep, raw ground beef. I usually what I do is I don't make it. I cook it, and I don't cook it with the oil. I boil it. No, I literally cook my rice down. I cook my meat down. I even do it with my red potato. I throw me a red potato right in there with it, with my rice and my ground beef and my liver. You know, put it in some boiling water and let it boil. Sometimes I won't even crack the egg. I throw the egg in there and let it boil down. And then I'll sit there and crack it right there in the rice and all that other stuff. Just mix it up. I throw all my chemicals on it. You know what I mean? Make sure I get me some stress decks in there to make my juice out of it. I'm using the stress decks to juice it up, and my water. I got intake of water coming in. Do my food. Because I know when I'm feeding my dog, they eat a lot. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, Pit Dog. I hear you. He said it wasn't his real kick. Everybody said decent. See, to the new guy, he want you have to make that clear. You know what I mean? Because for a new guy, it would be a good keep. I mean, I wouldn't shy away from being decent where, he would be afraid to do it. You know what I'm saying? Because for a new guy, I would recommend trying it until he learns the purpose. Get out there and do it. You learn why you're doing what you're doing. So when you start off, you don't know why you're doing it. You follow the directions. But as you continue to do it, you start understanding the reasons why. And once you start understanding the reasons why, then you will start learning how to put your target shape, you know what I mean? And based on the format given to you, you would know how to, make it work for you. Like that you want, but at least it gives you a start, you know. Yep. Powerhouse and them had one, but I have to say this much about Powerhouse. Powerhouse wasn't like Missing Link. Powerhouse wasn't like a lot of those kennels back then that was really now. They had good dogs. I believe a lot of those dogs putting in other people's hands then to work, but they really wasn't really they really had a lot more good dogs than they did match dogs. See one puppy. Let's see. But for one, let me see. I'm gonna put this up. This pit dog. Pit dog say, but for one, that new can use it and develop it. Yeah, and you can use it and develop it. And every dog is different. So a lot of factors fall under that, which is true. That's why I said it's a good one to start. If they understand why they're doing what they're doing, you know what I mean? It really does. First thing is gonna get them to understand is the discipline that it's gonna take to get up there and have to do this and what's on the line. Ain't no days taking off because you got something to do. Those days you taking off, you will see it later. It keeps a very disciplined thing. It's like almost like call it the dog game boot camp, the Marine Corps boot camp. It comes down to you getting ready for war. It's like we be out there in them jungles running around out there in platoons, running together, running like they forever. And all they were doing was building soldiers. We're gonna have to win. We're gonna have the gameness. We're gonna have the ability. We're gonna have the air. We're gonna have the strength. That's the government taking they what I call a kill squad for the military, the United States Marine Corps, and they build us. They use a bulldog, but they training us like pits in a keep. I mean, they deal with our mental. They give us a rest, you know, and they continuously push that word discipline. To be game, you have to be disciplined. And you have to be focused. And if you're not understanding that part, how are you gonna put it into your dog? How you gonna know when your dog ain't focused? How you gonna know when your dog ain't put it all in? You know, I always look at my time in the Marine Corps, and even now when I look at my the way I handle my Malinois, it's like they are recruits. They are recruits until they get to the level of chaos. When they get to the level of chaos, they're being bound by me officially. You know what I'm saying? Protection guard dog. You know, definitely. Until then, they're all being treated like recruits. You know, it's my responsibility to bring them to the level of chaos. Chaos was brought to that level through hard and between me and him. When you're training a dog, it's almost whether it's a pit bull, German Shepherd, Doberman Pinscher, it really don't matter. The owner, the trainer has to be disciplined to get what he wants from his animal. Then you have to take care of him to make sure he's able to give you the discipline and the work that you expect him to give you when you work him. A little tweaking do go a long way, gentlemen. A little tweaking it do go a long way. Each dog has a special diet. Banco, I'm gonna go ahead and throw that up there. Blanco says each dog should have a special diet. I mean, they will be many close, but should not be the same as each of us. Are differently built. We keep our dogs. I mean, look, this is what I mean. It's very important that you feed your dog. I'm a firm believer of putting my dog on the scale. Okay.
You start changing the way we did anything.
I didn't.
That's the part I need. You know, who it was. They all coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really do anything with my diet. I'm gonna tell you exactly what I did. The only thing that I did different with any dog is it's like this. I go in with a game plan. I'm telling you, if these dogs gonna get 10 miles. I wouldn't give a damn what dog it is. It's gonna get you 10 miles. It might take you a little longer than everybody else doing, but he's gonna get you 10 miles. When it comes to the feed, everybody eats the same thing. It's like recruits. Everybody to eat the same thing. Some may need more, some may need less, but they're gonna eat the same thing. Why? Because they're all gonna do the same work. My expectations, it is everybody's different. Everybody's gonna be on my plan. That means they have to come to my world. My world, everybody does the same damn thing. You might be too fat, you might be too skinny, but you will do what everybody else is doing. You will eat what everybody else is eating. Your routine will be that of everybody else. Nothing changes. Nothing. They change. They change to conform to what I want. Period. I gotta put them on the scale 8 times a day. That's me making sure that I'm making the right decisions. You know what I'm saying? I don't take nothing away, and I didn't give nothing more. So based on what the dog gives me, my expectations of what he should be giving me. If it's all working hand in hand, this is how we gonna do this. But I don't change. My expectations is everybody's gonna do the same thing. It's just how we're gonna get there. We got a point to get to, and regardless, you know, that doesn't change. And in order for us to get there, based on my understanding, you know, I'm the one in control of the whole situation. You know, they will confirm to what I expect. Based on what I'm feeding, I shouldn't have to worry about changing anything. They're gonna eat like everybody else eat. I'm expecting to see the same thing out of everybody else, even though things may be different. Dogs are different and all that. That much don't change, 'cause when you go out there and buy dog food, some people can use certain dog food, some people can't. In this world, the guys got a bunch of damn dogs. Guess what? Not buying special dog food for some dogs that can't do this and do that. They gonna make sure that dog eat with everybody else regardless. Nothing special. So, even in that world right there, that's just one to think about. Okay. Yeah, it was a good I mean, like I said, I enjoyed the workouts, the mountain climbing. I didn't wanna do nothing but shoot shit. That was it. Bruh, there's just nothing compared to the ring. It's totally different, and it is. Better tell them they won't understand unless they lived it. Good dog. Don't even try to explain it to them, man, 'cause it would be a total challenge because they would never understand. You just literally have to go through it. They don't know what manhood being tested. They would never understand. They would take that as a disrespect that your manhood is being tested. When they test your manhood beyond your wildest belief, they will break your ass down. You think you a man. They will break you down and build you up to what they call man, a killing machine, well-tuned killing machine. That's what the Marine Corps man. Flat out. They don't give a damn you fat, skinny. They don't give a damn how you eat. If you don't like what everybody else is eating, you gonna eat the same thing everybody else eats. You ain't getting no special diet. You ain't getting no special treatment because you just everybody else. You better conform your ass to what we doing. You better hurry up or we kick your ass to the curb. Okay, we'll leave your ass out here to drop dead too. Yes, they will. They ain't gonna be too busy picking people who can't make it. They let somebody else pick them up. We still move forward. We never go back. You know, we we have to go back. We gotta go get some people we left. You know, we don't leave nobody behind. We gotta go move forward to clean out the wood so we can go back and get the people we have to leave behind. And they may have been wounded and we don't leave our dead. You know what I'm saying? Then we might have to go and clear up a whole bunch of shit before we get back there and get the people to bring forward. We gonna move forward. We gonna make a way. Oh yeah, Marine, they don't play. Bronco feeding 100 dogs. That's Rocky. You think is he feeding 100 dogs? I know what it feel like to feed 100. I tell you what, it's a joy when you got a four-wheeler and you got all the equipment there to make it look easy. I mean, I got my bleach bowl, got my water jug bowl. I had all that shit. I had water out there. Man, shit. Me and that four-wheeler, man, it was a routine every morning. Yeah, every morning. You gotta have the heart to do it. You know, pretty sure it was like, he said, "I got like 8 now." Shit, I have that many Malinois hanging around me right now, damn near. And he said, "Now I feel lost." Yeah, shoot. Feed you feed a bunch of dogs, boy, I'm telling you, you got to be good. That's a routine that I wake up every morning at 5 o'clock in the morning, every morning, take care of dogs. My dog, they are my alarm clock because they gonna be I mean, they know the time better than I do. I mean, you can't even cheat them on the time. 5 o'clock, they is moving around, where this nigga at, you know what I'm saying? They know it's time, and they be even more excited when they see me. "Oh, he's on time. He's on time." Everybody happy to see you, and you just go through the routine taking care of them. I walk mine. I'll be glad when I'll be able to take out them Euro, them 14, they get ready to turn 14 years old now, y'all, and I'll be glad when I be able to hit the streets with them. Turned out to be some real nice Malinois, that's for damn sure. Back to the Bulldogs, everybody has a game plan, just like they have a game plan, the Bulls have a game plan. It's who's executing. I'm the coach. I'm Spartacus. Them Spartans, and I'm Spartacus. I'm in charge of my troops, my Spartans. You gotta make sure they eat good. You gotta make sure that they fight good. You see how they was. They practice fighting every day, swinging them big swords and them big old shields, building up that muscle, building up that endurance, building up that confidence. You know what I'm saying? Execution. That's the name of the game. Everything that you do when you compete, everything pertains to you getting ready to compete and your discipline to be getting ready to compete. So you can give your best when you compete. You have to have a game plan. That's like boxing, football, basketball. Everybody has a conditioning program for them to be able to compete when they compete. I think the more simple it is, the more sense it makes to you. I would say, yeah, I would be trying to do it that way until I learn more. You can't go wrong, put it like that. You really can't go wrong if you follow directions if you got a good dog. You didn't say he said 1 hour, 2 hours. He didn't say 3 or 4 hours. Mhm. Yeah, yeah, it do take about that. Oh, Bonnie 5, oh Lord. Yeah, we're gonna have to go check out old Mr. Cosby. But hey, y'all, I went over the what I feel related to the conversation tonight on what make a good dog good. I think what I went over, good point, you know, one of the things is to make sure that the dog is healthy. You know what I mean? Yeah, good. I mean, yeah, really. Everybody that had a good dog, you know how to bring that good dog to. We talk about them. Oh, you might like this champion. You might not like this line of champions. You might not like these time winning dogs. But guess what? Unless you got one on your yard that you feeding, so you really have no room to talk about nobody when you ain't got none on your yard. Don't talk about somebody else's yard. You get something on your yard. See, I think that's the problem. You know what I mean? I wouldn't give a damn if you was on the treadmill, running up the damn wall, pushing weight, pulling them weights on a treadmill. I wouldn't care. For somebody to come and try to put you down that ain't got none of that going on in his yard, how could you dare even try to have a conversation with that person? I mean, just like this here, real nasty. When you get at least one on your yard that you're able to do what I'm doing, when you come see me. Right now, you're beneath me. Don't be ashamed to say it. Don't be worried about saying it because it's the truth. How you gonna sit there and talk about me when you ain't even got this far? That's always the question you ask those who always wanna jump in and have something to say. You got something? Quickest way to close the argument because don't say nothing until he say something. I guarantee you he's not gonna say nothing. There's no need for you to say anything else because he's not gonna say nothing. Trying to stutter like, he's Simple Sam, cut the conversation off because it's gonna be some dumb shit. You get ready to go there and do that dumb shit because he gonna try to redirect that question. He don't wanna answer that question. He can't. He ain't gonna wanna answer that question. I hear you, Bronco. I hear you, man. I see you. I see you. I see you. If you just keep paying attention, cause I ain't gonna tell you nothing wrong, Bam. I ain't gonna tell you nothing wrong. You do grow up, goddamn. I hope you go out there and be able to stand there and just like I can and be able to say to those shit talkers, are you anything like me? You can be discussing anything pertaining to what I did or what I do. You know what I'm saying? That's what you want to know. And you expect an answer. You expect an answer before we even get any further into a conversation. You want to make sure that the person who's trying to have this conversation is worthy to be standing in front of you trying to have one. Cut the bullshit. Let everybody else play with it. We'll toss him around like a killer whale do a seal when we catch him if he gets out over hill. We'll be called the killer shark. The killer shark, not the shark tank, this killer shark. Cause we run around here acting like killer whales. We just toss them. Toss them. Ain't got no business around. We just gonna toss them around. Flip 'em. I want this one. Then we're gonna chomp them up. We ain't turned into killer sharks yet. We still just the shark tank. We still listen to people come in here with dumb and just all in the wrong direction, misleading and not knowing. The ones that want to come in here and really know what's up. You know, we cannot let that, misguided attention that we give these guys, these ridiculous, ridiculous things that they come up with. It interferes with the real shit that we trying to portray. And you don't want to go snapping on everybody who wants to say something stupid or everybody who really thinks they know what they're talking about. You cannot just go beat them down, but you really have to discourage them. You really do have to discourage them, especially when they come on this show and do it. Because again, I'm that guy that do not have no problem standing there right there and tell you you are down here beneath me. I don't have no problem telling you that. To even question me if I cannot question you. I dare you. Till you do what I've done or anything close, you wouldn't even understand my answer. So leave it alone. That's what you gotta do, guys. I can guarantee you, if a lot of that BS stop, But it's good to see though that you guys gotta um look out for those kind of things, man, because if a lot of it and too much of it, say when you really got something that you gotta deal with in this world, because nobody else is feeding you your dog, nobody else is buying your dog food, nobody else is cleaning up your shit. So how can anybody, regardless whether you barely know what you're doing, whether you think you know it all, nobody can tell you shit because if you don't get it right, guess what? It's your fault. You know, when you get it right, they're not gonna give you the love anyway. Don't look for what you expect them to give you, you just have to learn how to understand, keep doing what you're doing, get it right. Stand there and look at them because it's only the ones that don't have what you have is gonna be the ones that's gonna come and dress you. Those who stand on that level with you, they're not gonna bother with you. Unless you got a good one, you need to be, like, putting up there against something, you know what I'm saying? That's the worst you're gonna get out of a, competitor. But if you ain't talking to a competitor, then, everybody else, they gonna get to be me. They gonna have to be able to say, "You got to get in line." And get up back there at the back where everybody else is who ain't been able to do anything. Can't come up here trying to talk to me and you ain't done nothing. This ain't the Stephen A show right here. You better be able to do something. You get to talking too much around here. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what you're talking about too. Shark Tank. Don't we got enough veterans still around here to control that Shark Tank? Y'all got me reading chats, and y'all know for 3 years I didn't read the chat room. A lot of y'all been here, y'all know that. Guys wanna learn about conditioning. Guys wanna learn about really taking care of the dogs, things that I have been questioned on a lot. That's why I'm covering a lot of these things, because some of these doses that I hear that they're doing, some of these things that I hear that they're telling me they're doing, I'm gonna address it because I want people to know if one or two people come to me with this question, trust me, that means there's a lot more people that need to know. So I'm gonna share it any chance I get. It says, "Twin, what key did Stone City use?" I could tell you Stone City's key, but it really wouldn't be my place. Jesse and Big Mike had a lot to do with teaching me how to use Roy. Okay? They taught me how to use Roy, and they made it very clear what Roy's is. It's an enhancer. You understand? That was their biggest thing. Enhancement. How you gonna test your Roy's, Maurice? When? How you gonna test your work, bro? If you on Roy, if you don't go out there and see, nowhere in the world they can work their animals like we work ours because we on Roy's. We are getting enhanced performance. Don't care if you lose. It was not because you wasn't on Roy. I was. I was because you had a better dog. Period. But in the meanwhile, edge by using words wasn't good enough to beat you, let me salute you and shake your hand. But on the majority, based on the records of those that I'm speaking on, win a lot of their matches more than they lose. I can say this and say it honestly. Enhancement. Enhancement. If everybody on Roy, then guess what it boils down to? It still boils down to the dog. Whether you want them or whether you ain't. I prefer you not on them because I prefer the better chance of beating you. Because I know I'm bringing in the right dog. And you can come in with a good dog, but I can guarantee you, you will feel my roar. You will feel that power. You will feel that tension of that enhancement that you couldn't get, I could get because I was using the wood. The only sport that tells you that it doesn't matter. Historically speaking, never mattered. Everywhere else it mattered. Oh, I would love to talk about the things back in the day. I would because I carry receipts. but we would love to. It never nobody's 100. It says y'all plus 100 guys don't want to talk about your high percentage from back in the day. I don't never hide mine. I'm always talking about my 90% kennels that I ran with. Unless you ain't been paying attention, my friend. You know, you must be missing out on most of the show when I talk. Uh, you in the wrong room then, bro. 'Cause I don't have no problem bringing mine out. I'll bring a whole little book out and show you dog by dog, losses in the wind, losses in the wind. Still 90 percenters. I said 90 percenters. I ran around with 90 percenters. I've named them several times. Several times I've named them. I don't really feel like we need to go at this time of night. What is it? 12:48, almost 1 o'clock. We don't have that kind of time, son. We can make it a show if you want one on this show. You know, just make sure that you do it on this show. You gotta go somewhere else and do it on their show. Let's see what they give you. Let's see what they give you. Okay. I teach you about behaving around him. See you right there on a mission. I want you to take that same energy and take it somewhere else and see if you get the same response. I come with receipts for my shit. So, hey, y'all, I'm gonna cut this back on the mic so he can set it down. Okay, man, I'm going back in my books, y'all. Coming back in the books. We're gonna keep on going into through these key things and talking about them because a lot of guys, you know, if they hear me and they've been paying attention, they got no reason to say twin. Feed your dog. Oh, okay, Baldwin. I mean, I was really speaking for everybody though, bro. I wasn't just speaking for me. I was really kind of pick on you, you know, for everybody. You know, you've been digging in everybody and shit, you know. But I'm gonna put you up, bro. I'm gonna put you up. I'm gonna put you up. I'm going to even read it. It said, I ain't talking about you. Sam. I'm asking the other two who spoke on having plus 100, but but hell yeah, you can definitely do a show and break down the pros and the cons of having a big yard and what edge it gave. It really did not give me a edge, fam. It really did not give me an edge. It just gave me a bunch of dogs that we bred to pick from. We didn't have to leave the yard to get the great ones. The ones that came off the yard that got out there, they went through hell on the yard. That's what a big yard gives you. See, remember what I tell y'all, we put our good dogs on each other. That's the best time to see a good show by good dogs, and it don't cost you for losing. The dog that lost on my yard, he saved me money losing on my yard. He could have went out there and got done the same way that he got done on the yard. That's why we're not afraid to put our good dogs on each other because it's free. Save me the trouble getting out there and losing with that dog. Can't win on the yard, you can't win on the circuit. And believe me, we had good dogs that didn't make it off the damn yard. They made it back to the chain space, but they didn't never make it off. They didn't make it off the yard because they were bulldogs. They may have lost the opportunity to make it on the first team, but they made it back to that chain space. They were definitely a good dog, you know. Oh, Bronco, I wasn't yelling at you. Oh, don't get that one because I missed something. Did I miss something? No, I wasn't that yelling at you. No, I wasn't. Uh-uh. I didn't see nothing you said wrong. I was actually in my own little world talking to hype. Okay? not at nobody directly, just breaking it down. I've seen a lot of dogs on steroids quit. Don't give them no heart. Hey, number one, did we say steroids give you a heart? It don't give you shit. It gives you enhancement. That's it. That's one thing it gives you. You haven't seen us in action on roids. See, that's the thing. Seen a lot of dogs, but you ain't seen my dogs on roids. Or I wouldn't be sitting here doing what I'm doing if it wasn't for the roids. Stone City wouldn't be doing what they did if it wasn't for the roids. Hardcore wouldn't do it. Vietnam wouldn't do it. Victor and them wouldn't do it if it wasn't for the roids. We all had an enhancement. We all had an advantage. The right dog on roids, you're not going to kick our ass. Oh, can you speak on who Stone City Victor keep on? I would think I would think it had a lot to do with STP, had a lot to do with Pat Patrick, probably had a lot to do with David Tant, probably had a lot to do with trial and error. You know? I had to start. Shit. Cool. I always tell you, I had to give Ohio Cass props on me because he was the first one to introduce me to what a real keep looked like. And after that, me understanding me understanding the other kennels that I was working with, like Abrahams, McNasty, Suburbanite Paul, BLB, Mile Mile, Loctite, all these guys bought in fake dogs in great condition, whether they were on roids or not. You know, you want to learn how to do it, watch the big guy. Because the big guys, they'll tell you, you know what I mean? And if they don't tell you they didn't use roids, 90% of them that said they didn't do it, they were lying. You know, because to compete in that world right there, I'm telling you, you're gonna be running into some pressure. You got the right dog on the right wards, you got a problem that night. And if you was running into me facing a dog like Brat and Buck Rogers and them, you would have been in a problem. You would have had a problem because they would have been on the way to that point. It's not the fact that they didn't. It's already part of history. Not the fact that they did, it's the fact that they did. And I'm telling you, they was on roid. Same with Yellow Buck, same with Miss Nico, same with all them other women. Awesome Buck, awesome, it wasn't, not yeah, Awesome Beat. It wasn't Awesome. Yeah, Stone City's Awesome Buck. That's the Awesome Buck I remember. You know, I don't remember the other one. Shit. It wasn't but one real Awesome Buck, and that was Stone City, and another Awesome Buck. So it was a discussion, but I'll share it, but again, why would I need to share? Well, that's a true statement. As I get ready to close this thing out, I'm steady picking up shit. That's a true statement. It's not the blood. It's the damn breeders, the breeders program, not the blood. And it's the truth. But don't tell them that because they will argue you down. If you know the dogs, you know the percentage already, and it plays a big part. I would stop in that sentence right there and put a big 100 by it. It's all about the percentage. It really is about the percentage. Because someone shares a piece, you feel they should share what you feel they should. I mean, you lucky. Do you know how many old school dog men out here would tell me, "Twin, you need to shut up, man. Why you giving these people that shit, man?" There's a lot of kennels out there, like from the day. They don't want y'all to have it. They don't want y'all to have it. They don't think y'all deserve to know their secrets. Y'all ain't done nothing. They out here taking advantage of you. They out here taking advantage of you. 'Cause why they mad at me? I'm historically speaking. Why they getting mad at me? Why they don't want y'all to know? But Hunt, yeah, I say that, and I'm telling you this. I bet you ain't seen them winning. I bet you this much. If you seen them 90% of the time, you seen them win. That's like speaking on me. You ain't never seen me. I seen them all, and I'm telling you, I've been around all of them. The ones that you claim you can speak on, I've been around all the ones that I speak on, and 90% of the time they won. You know why I know that? Because I was running around with them, betting with them, because of where they went. And I'm telling you from my self experience of being with them, they won 90% of the time. So I guess I've been seeing a lot more than you have. I can believe if you're gonna make a statement like that, I give you that. But you ain't seen as much as I have with those same kennels. Because you can't stand there and tell me you seen them win 90% of the time and make some money on it. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. Come on. I can't say that. Oh, Marco, I missed you again, man. I don't even know what you're talking about. I wasn't even directing that at you, boss. Oh no, that wasn't nothing wrong with that. What I got planted. That wasn't nothing wrong with that. I wasn't picking. No, that was good. I spoke on it. I said it's a good point. Percentages it's a major point. I look for percentages as a breeder. I'm looking for it in my breedings. Percentage is everything. With the percentage, I can at least get one. All these damn breeders around here, you're barely getting one if you're getting anything at all, let alone a decent a decent dog that can go at least back on the chain. Blood is not going to get you on the chain. Blood will get you on the chain if you make it past the chain and make it to the box. Now I'm talking about the blood. Somebody have an argument. Somebody, what are we talking about? The officer. Oh, hey, balling, you make balling. You, I'm gonna leave you alone, balling. I'm done with you, man. I'm gonna leave you alone, bro. I ain't messing with you. I ain't saying nothing. Franco, what you say, man? No, now someone can't say the number they need without a clown whining. Look, you know that question. You know what happened when you stutter when you get asked that question. Now, Franco, you know when you know what's funny about it. The man said he's telling you he asked the question. You didn't stand up there and stutter, did you? You didn't stand up there and stutter, did you, fam? See? See, that's what I tell you. Them questions, when they come, bro. You gotta be ready. You gotta be quick. You gotta be quick. If you take it personal, now that's okay. You should be able to snap back. Hey, yeah, I bet you right. I'm booked. I'm here, brother. But guess what? We see that all the time. We see that all the time. But you fired. You fired. You fired. You gotta fire because you know, then you should have an answer, a quick answer, and then you pat him on the ass before you even ask. You know, you fire back your question, but you gotta first answer the question. Me, I don't have no problem answering the question. So I can fire back my question, and I can guarantee you the next time the question be asked, it'll be coming to me. Okay? I answer that question, I give them a chance to answer that question. They don't answer that question, and the next question will be this. What gives you the right to ask me anything? That one question leads to me asking, you can't say nothing else to me or ask me anything else unless you want to know the truth. If you want to know something real coming out my mouth, you better act like you listening to what I'm saying. Because the questions that you ask me, makes me think you ain't paying attention. So I don't even want to talk to you. I don't even want you to even ask me anything. If you ain't paying attention, then that means you ain't learning what I'm telling you. You know, said no, not percentage info. Still feeding them. Still feeding them. Hey, look, there's only one way to do it. You got to go historically speaking. See me, I'm historically speaking. I don't have no problem slapping my shit up there. I'll show you a whole bunch of wins and very, very few losses. I'll be able to show you going hard dogs, not just going hard, period. I'm talking about the line. Speak for itself. That's all. No, I'll tell you, over 60 dogs get out there and do over 130, 40 matches, and you getting maybe 14 losses. 7 of them was pickups. 7 of them was pickups and a foul. One foul. Come on now. You don't want to hear my numbers. You want to see my thought. I would love to do a show and break it down. Hey, Twin, did you break down the Robert Limb key? Nope, but I got it. Johnny, I got it though. I'm gonna keep on sliding them in. I do got Robert Limb. And you noticed in all them other keys, they didn't say nothing about pace, did they? All this damn walking, where's the pace at? You know, them 3 keys that I was listening to with all that damn walking, shit, they would be gassed out 15 minutes going into there with me with my buzzsaw. Cause I'm bringing a buzzsaw. I'm bringing one going 100 miles an hour and it hurts. It's hurting. I speed. Oh, I'm running one. And I'm hurting. All that walking ain't gonna do no good. You're gonna gas out trying to keep up with me because you didn't get trained to do that. You busy walking and doing a little time on the meal and shit. I be counting on that. We be looking for that. That's why we always talking about pace. I got a killer. I'm coming in with a killer. I ain't got nothing but pace to give you. I want him to run at high maximum speed, all cylinders wide open. I know what I'm saying. Mike, get me out of here before I be here all night. Get me out of here. Where Mo at? Go get Mo money. Go get Mo money. I'm giving Mo the mic tonight. I'm leaving Friday night. I'm giving it back to Mo.
Hey, thanks, Mo. Appreciate that, fam. Yeah, I'll see what's going on. Sure. You done gave me the mic. He done showed up. He done showed up. And he done showed out. Yeah. And he said, go get money. He said, go get money. Well, guess what, fellas? I'm disappointed. I'm seriously disappointed. Because Mo, he don't do shit like this. He don't do shit like this. You don't understand where I'm coming from, cuz? I be trying to just sit here and act like any minute Mo gonna crash out. I don't know what we gonna do. He jumps right back in the chair and he take his eagleistic, eagleistic attitude and catch your motherfucking ear. So don't get mad at him. No, that's your Mo and Mo. Y'all know what I'm saying, cuz? Y'all know what I'm saying. Hey, man, help me out here, man. Let me get out of here. What I need from y'all, well, I really need from y'all to give me some damn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now, you know, give me some damn roses, roses. Money need damn roses. Show your love, cuz. Hey, man, we appreciate everybody for showing up and showing out on this, you know, Hot like Friday and everything. You know, I was trying to, he be going back to these damn conditioning shit, And, if you know, most of them, they all pretty much look alike. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got a little bit of this time. I'm going to use a little bit of this. I'm going to use 3 TCs. No, I'm going to be about 6 TCs. No, I'm going to be on the mill. I'm going to be on the mill for about 3 hours. Nah, I'm going to be on the mill for about 6 hours. They be on some like, what? They be all over the place. But you know what? At least they all getting on the mill. At least they all staying sexual worms and make sure you got a healthy dog. They doing all the shit that really matters. All gonna be doing the same thing. It's just they all got different ways of doing it. The problem is, y'all gotta understand. Ain't nobody put all that time in no damn dog to be sitting up there talking about. We just seeing how to do it. No, they put all that work and that time in because they trying to be one of the want to get out there and show this dog is about that life, and I got his ass ready. Now, bring that is the sole power of the game, baby. You can either like it, love it, or don't get it in it. This game ain't meant for everybody, cuz. I do so much damn talking. Hey, man, I was sitting back, I was listening to people talk about that Mayday, you know, Red Dogs. And I swear to God, I said, whoever wrote that shit, they must have never seen our videos. I swear to God. Because motherfuckers, I know everyone in my video, man, there is Mayday, Victor, and Champion. That is Mayday's daughter, and that bitch got a red nose. Her little May brother is little Mayday, aka Gunther. That motherfucker got a red nose. So how in the hell does somebody make a comment like that? Like, that was a broad statement, like a y'all heated. I was oh, he used to be telling Mike, oh, Mike, we gonna talk about this. How we gonna do that? No, Mike, Like that. No, man, stupid shit. Like, oh, don't even address that dumbass shit. That shit sounds stupid. And I'm sitting back here, yeah, no, say it. Yeah, man, let me know what you know how dumbass shit is. You like, but Mayday shit. Anybody need to trying to find out talk about that shit, should be you. That should be a pretty short conversation, though. I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Look, except man, guys. I see you, fam. Where we going here? Hold on. Wait a second. I gotta get this message out the way. No, all in my way. Hold on. Wait a minute. I know we still got 30 some people in. I don't see maybe 4 or 5 people giving out roses and showing love. I think that is disrespect. That mic is trash. It is trash, ain't it? I gotta get rid of this mic. This mic is a piece of shit. I can't help it though. 'Cause Mo don't know how to work the other computer. That's all. Yeah, yeah, do that. I'm gonna make that sure that mic get a little bit better. Cause I got to change the mics. Don't work with Yeah, they only understand when you. What I was trying to tell Mo the same thing. You better understand it when you get. Better understand it when you get. Oh, when you get out. Oh, oh, okay. Hold on. Let me get Mike.
Um, oh, oh, I know. What?
All
All right, man. Man, get off the mic. Oh. Hey, fellas, look, show some love. Get me out of here. You know what's up? You know, we're gonna be back here. You know, look, fellas, you gotta stay on top of these bulldogs. You know, you know, I sit back and I tell them all the time. You know what I'm saying? There's too much that you ain't already said. You know what I'm saying, fam? You know, one of the things that we've really been trying to get around to doing, but you know, sometimes life is just rough on you. You know, there's so many things you want to do that you just can't do. But one of the things I just really wanted to do is finish up this book and just go back and just make that one final video. I always tell y'all about doing that. You know, and that's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? I just don't want it to be something that we talk about because there's a lot of shit that's been going on here that we don't talk about. You know, he's still sitting up there with all them that merchandise sitting up there that he needed to build out just like that. Due to our situations, it's hard to do that type. But again, we're not here to sell you anything. We're actually here to sit here and tell you a story, tell you about an experience, give you the insights of something that happened. Take advantage, you know, take advantage of all the information. It's up to you guys to decipher what you believe and how you believe it. You know, the source it comes from, and then you take all that information and then you got to be the one to make the choice and the decisions based on the things that you do. That has always been the bulldog thing, man. You know, bullshit is everything. You know, but you as a fool if you got took by a sucker, you know, get mad, you know, but then it's still up to you to decide how you gonna handle it. I mean, that's still again that's keep it simple, stupid shit. You know what I mean? That is reality at its finest. Don't necessarily always have to deal with dogs. That's just life in general. It's still if you get somebody get you, take it, you know, You gonna take it on the chin, or you gonna take care with your business. These things are just something that's a part of life. It's a big part of you too. So when you have people arguing back and forth, and then you think about, how we having a gunfight and ain't neither one of them got guns. The hell is this? Because that's exactly what it seems like sometimes. Keyboard is a deadly weapon. No, the keyboard is just like a gun. What you need to be worried about is the person who's typing on the keyboard. See what I'm saying? Because you got a gun don't make you a badass. Because you got a keyboard, you know how to type a little bit, don't make you a badass or don't mean that you know what you're talking about. I'm just saying, pay attention, pay attention to what we talk about and the things that's being said, and then you weigh the evidence for yourself. But don't never knock anything unless you try it. Some things, um, some things I'm just not gonna eat. Give a damn. Ooh, sushi is one of them. My wife always trying to get me to eat sushi. I'm not eating that shit. But I can't sit here and knock it because she eats it. You go ahead. Different strokes for different folks. And I leave it at like that. I don't argue why I don't want to eat something. I don't want to eat it. Remember this meat. That's all I need, right? That's how you have to bullshit with these dogs. Take what you want and forget about what you don't want. And just stick to that. We always talk about 90 percenters, 90 percenters, 90 percenters. Wait, why do we talk about 90 percenters? Because 90% of the time you were winning. I wonder what a camp looked like when you lose 8 in a row. How many of you think if you lost 8 in a row, how many wins do you think you would have to get before you got everybody's? It's just like any other it's like any other sport. You better be at least, and even to think you would even have a chance, you would at least have to break even at 8-8 before they look at you and say, "Well, shit, I don't know now. He won 8 in a row." You know, back even. That's not 90%. The kind of people we talk about. They don't lose 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 in a row. What we said, 90 percenters are people who win 90% of the time, and they are out there. A lot of game consisted of many, but you weigh that against the competition. I have a lot more respect for them 90 percenters who always going to competition. Actually, that's what made the game what it was. So there's a lot that most of these dogs had in common. They had good people behind them. They had good conditioning programs. They had good breeding programs. They all might have had a different way of doing the breeding, feeding, conditioning, but they always come out winning in that corner. Like they supposed to. And I only speak like that because I'm just saying, but the majority of the good dogs that we talk about, that's how they riding that. That's what they doing. This is history we talk about. Go look for yourself. I know Mo do it enough. I think other people just out here, they should be doing it enough that you should be able to see these things for yourself.
don't have nothing to do with thinking outside the box. None of this has anything to do with outside the box because there's not a breeding in this bulldog game that ain't never been made. He's showing you that. You know, he always says only three of them motherfuckers. Tudor, Carver. Oh, I don't even get into that shit. But I hear him say it so damn much that I'm wondering, do y'all ever hear what he's saying? I have to sit here and watch him sometimes. Watch him always go back to his Fitzwater Goldie. It's uh Stabber dog, Centipede. I mean, he has his people. And maybe that's just the way he learned the game. But the fact is, I'm starting to see other people do the same thing. Because you know why? Because they're looking. They're seeing something that they can relate to and it makes sense. Remember, there's nothing in the past that you can go back and change, but a whole lot in the past that you can learn from. That's why we do this show. To open up your horizon, give you a different look from our experience. One thing we can bring with us, there's a ladder of people that's way above us that we have would never suffer above them. But if we can sit here and tell you we just under them and we turned out pretty good, we tell you we did exactly what they were doing, why don't you stop hating and just take a look at that? That has always been a part of the bulldog game from its inception. Always take advantage of what you learn. Apply it to what you're doing, regardless of what you're doing. Just apply it, and then let's see at some point that you have a future that one day you might be part of that history. Only time, but for me to say, I've lived it already. I always have something to look back on. Have no idea what the future looks like, but I'm gonna leave that to you guys. So until then, and at least until Tuesday, because God permit, we'll be here Tuesday. So that's as far as I'm gonna go as far as what the future has in store too. So y'all just keep this close to your heart. Stay safe during the weekends. And you know, regardless of what you're doing, how you doing it, what people say, and how they say it, this game is not personal. This game is a business. Want to get personal? Most of the personal shit at home. The dog's journey at home with you. That's where the personal shit comes in for us. We personally feel we have to take care of these dogs. We personally feel that we have to have a relationship with these dogs. That's when you're gonna be personal about something, be personal about that part. Be dedicated to that. Like you're dedicated and personal to your family, be dedicated and personal to your animal. And if your animal is anything like you, then you should have no problem understanding simple things. And one of the most simplest things you're gonna learn in life, you will always fall down at some point. The thing is, how much you got in you to get up? How long is it going to take you to get up? You know, time ain't never been nobody's friend. But I give that one bit of advice, regardless of the time. At least have that ability to always. And I say this with strong commitment. I mean, you better always
in your heart to scratch. I'm telling you, man, ain't got that in you. It's like a plague. It's like a virus. I don't know no better way to end the show but that right here. Hold on, fellas. Let me see what I'm trying to do here. Hey, Pit Dog, I see you, man. Baldwin, I see you too. He said we need an episode on that. Did majority of the 90%ers have large yards or smaller yards? Well, you right, that would be a good one. Because you don't need a big yard. It's not always about a big yard. Remember, you gotta understand why we had a big yard. We didn't. I mean, we had a big yard because we weren't selling dogs. We had a big yard because we eat what we use. We had a big yard because all them litters. We get a chance to go out and just say, okay, that time is here. So what's going to happen is we're going to, shrink the yard. Everybody had a big yard. I know most of my Detroit people did. My Carolina people had big yards, but my people up north, they didn't have big yards. I mean, we had a big yard up north. I think the most dogs we had on the yard was maybe 50. To me, I mean, that to me was a big yard. Well, I guess it would be a big yard, but not when you done Florida, you got all this land. I mean, who wouldn't? And you're a bulldog, man. What you're supposed to utilize every bit of that property, which we did. So yeah, I don't think the big yard has to do with it. I think it's just the purpose of why we had the big yard. Don't get away from why we had the big yard. We had a big yard for a purpose. We were not going to be out by. It's just that was not going to be our thing. We were going to breed and make those breeding, keep every single pup out of every breeding. We had the property to do it, and we did. So I thought that's worthy. Let's see here. Yeah, here we go. Man, that. This mic really does suck. Hey, yo, I'm out of here, fellas. Mic sucks. It sucks, man. This mic really sucks.